Well, hello and welcome back to another evening of racing here at CVR. My name's Pirate Lazybeam and we're covering the commentary for today's stream. This round 11, we are at the very sunny Monaco. It is going to be a very exciting race, very different to some of the previous rounds we've been seeing, where all the previous rounds have been quite long tracks with long straights, etc. This is going to be a very different affair entirely. Monaco with its twisty road circuit corners, and of course narrow streets will be one hell of a race for our drivers to experience today, and should favour different cars in very different ways. Some of the previous rounds have relied very much on top end speed and so on, whereas today's track will be very demanding track in a different way entirely. In a moment I'll get through some of the results from the previous rounds, but let's just quickly take a look at the prospects for today's race. So Monaco was a dirty tarmac track, which is a mixture between tarmac and dirt, and many drivers are opting to use the smooth tyres, which are pretty grippy but will likely not last the entire race duration. So might see a few drivers coming into the pits to change their tyres. More importantly though, the track's profile will make it very, very challenging for the brakes on the cars. Of course, these era of car had brakes which are susceptible to wearing out, and that will be no exception here at Monaco. As I mentioned, some of the previous rounds have much longer straights where brakes can kind of be managed more carefully, whereas Monaco is all about the brakes all the time, so will be quite a challenge for a lot of the drivers. For those in the Bugattis, however, they have the advantage that their brakes are integrated into the rim of the wheels. When they change their tyres, they will in fact be changing their brake system entirely, whereas other drivers will need to carry the same set of brakes to the race end, and that will definitely have an impact on the favourability of some of the drivers and their car choice going into the end of racing we have ahead of us. The weather is going to be pretty misty for the early part of the race, and then we'll move on to what is forecasted to be a relatively clear day. No rain forecasted, but it's pretty warm, around 20 degrees Celsius for the racing today. Although you can see at the top that the track temperature is 27 degrees and the current track condition is 98%. Looking at the grid, we've got Nurmi in the Delage and has the best position for the starting position. I'll bring up the starting grid now so you can have a look at where the drivers lay. Haley Smith in the first spot with Fredge in P2 and Nurmi in P3. So Nurmi in a pretty strong position here. We know Nurmi's a very strong driver. Haley Smith in the Bentley, however, doesn't make them a favourite for the twisty track at Monaco, but they do have the advantage of their brakes being interchangeable. For the second row, we've got Kei Attila, who's prepared and a fast driver, and even switched to the Bugatti, so doesn't have to care about the brake wear. Tolonen and Heitinen can be fast too, but Tolonen hasn't done much practice, so he's disadvantaged in that regard. From the fourth row, we have Korkowski with the Bugatti, and can be high in the positions, and Peltonen is always a name to keep an eye on, although they're starting from the very back. So I expect Lazzaro with his Bugatti will also be on pretty high pace as well. Looking at the standings in the championship overall from the last few rounds, we've got the top 40 shown here after 10 rounds of racing. You can see Marcus Peltonen in the top spot with 265 points, followed very closely by Heitinen on 262 points. Nurmi in third place, not too far behind with 256 points, and then Tolonen in fourth with 237 points. And then it goes on there. I'll leave it up on the screen for just a few more moments more where you can take a moment to digest that, and we'll be starting the race in about 1.5 minutes. So following the racing at Alessandria last round, we've had the following penalty crashes and damage. T. Kusler, 30,000 credits for a crash over 100 km an hour and 4 50 km an hour crashes. Kayla Fredge picked up a 15,000 credit repair bill. Darling and Withoft with 15,000 as well, and Lubrumiski with 10,000 credits is joined by Crozet on 10,000 credits for various crashes. Lubrumiski for a 100 km an hour incident and Crozet for 2 50 km an hour incidents. We also have Nestia Lindholm, Pekkanen and Clio all on 5,000 credit repair bills for crashes of over 50 km/h. Last round was a bit of an interesting one from the point of view of drivers not finishing the race. We had a lot of drivers dropping out in the very first lap, and that was a bit of a shame for some of our drivers. But Lubramiski picked up a DNF. We have Nestia with a DNF. Lindholm, a surprising early exit from the round with a DNF. Pekkanen, Lafrege, Clio, Wilson, Silverstein, Harlan, Von Rosen and Renaud all finished either a DNF or a DNS. And whilst there were no bankruptcies, Nestia did end up in debt by 2,000 credits, so had to sell their car and buy a cheaper one for the race today. Additionally, we picked up 2 penalties. Case 1 was Rai Lazaro, who received a 5,000 credit penalty for reckless driving and causing a crash at Nürburgring race after T1. And then case 2 was Alex Henry with a 5,000 credit fine for crashing into another driver on Pescara and causing his car to break. So, interesting round, last round. Hopefully this round is a little bit less dramatic in the sense that we'll have less drivers dropping out. But we do have some drivers attending today in some new vehicles. We've got Haley in the Bentley. Chungus 1, giant supercharger on the front there that you can see. That will be an interesting car to see hit the grid end. Driving will be getting underway very shortly. Let's bring the starting grid back up very briefly so you can see our drivers here. Peltonen down in P16. I'd be interested to see how Peltonen deals with that and where they finish up in this race. Anyway, strap in. Hope you enjoy the stream ahead. And once again, big thanks to Tolinen for organising the racing here at CVR. It's a great pleasure to watch the 20 drivers lined up on the grid, ready to hit the action here at Monaco. Few moments to go and then we'll be getting underway. In terms of tyre compound, Haley Smith is on the smooth compound. We've got Kent Lafrege on the LS compound. Nurmi and Uatilla both taking the smooth. Lubramiski, Tolinen both on LS. Aitinen, Lazaro, Withoft, Renaud, Korkowski, Pekkanen, Bar and Darling all on smooth. Henry and Clio both took the LS, and then Peltonen, Kusler on the smooth, Rosette on LS, and Eric Hallen on smooth. So a bit of a spread in terms of compounds picked for the racing. Interested to see how that impacts the survivability of the tyres throughout the duration of the race. Lazaro was just turning the wheel. And nice and straightened up. 30 seconds to go. Of course, the layout of Monaco at this era was slightly different to how it is today, and it's going to be interesting to see how the cars handle the chicane. I understand the chicane's been modified slightly to reduce the risk of severe damage, but nonetheless it'll be an interesting challenge for the drivers today. Lights are up, engines are ready. And away we go. Looks like Lafrege up to a good start there with Haley Smith losing some positions early as the Bentley struggles to get off the line quickly. We've got a few drivers whisking on through there, including Nurmi, Lafrege, Tolnin, Uatila and Heitinen and Lazzaro, all tucking in ahead of Haley Smith on the run up the hill as they head up to Casino. And look at Nurmi off to a flying start here, off into the distance already. And as our drivers come through Casino for the first time, see if anyone has any trouble getting the car through here without any incident. Through Casino we go. And it's Heitinen alongside Tolnin already. Bit of a wheel-to-wheel action as they head down to the right-hander. Coming down to the very famous hairpin. Looks like Renaud on the inside of Haley Smith's Bentley, managing to avoid any contact there, but the Bentley struggling with its size in these narrow streets to allow another car through. And under the bridge they come, turning round to hit the postal section. Let's see if the Bentley can now open those taps and get a bit of speed going. Again, a bit of a struggle for the Bentley here at Monaco. Through the tunnel. And then down to the first run through the chicane. This might be an area that catches a few drivers out depending on how much practice they've had. You can see Haley just catching a little bit of curb there. That does open up a bit of a risk there for drivers, damaging their suspension. It looks like Lubromiski side by side with Lazzaro as they come down to the final corner. Checking if anyone got caught out in the chicane. I think we've had, yes, Henry and Darling getting caught out there in the Mercedes and the Delage. Both drivers managing to get their cars turned around. Going back to the final corner, we see Korkowski has been caught up in the final corner and appears to be damaged. That's not a very optimal place to be stuck as well. Drivers not necessarily able to see them. So they're quite far around the corner, but they've got back under power and underway. So hopefully no significant damage coming out of that incident there. Looks like Pekkanen coming into the pit lane early after one lap. Will be a very unfortunate start to the race, but looks like a little bit of damage there on the front tyres. Heading back to Withoft in P7, we have El Renaud and Lubromiski coming through Casino, and Lazzaro leads this group from P6 onwards down the hill. Once again down to the chicane, and this is the second of 100 laps here at Monaco. And Withoft on the inside there trying to avoid any contact. Manages to do so, but looks like Lazzaro and Withoft are going side by side as they head down to the right-hander under the bridge. Lazzaro tucking in behind Withoft now. They'll be heading their way down to the tunnel. Peltonen close behind to Lubromiski. He's already moved up to P10 already, so making some good strides already. Taking a look at the onboard view for Peltonen as they're coming through the chicane. They're very bumpy, couple of curves there, catching the cars. Then through the left-hander onto the section next to the pits as they head down to the final corner. You can see Peltonen moving up early now. Oh, it looks like Lafrege has been caught out there with a bit of an issue. They have a rear puncture by the looks of it. Although the tyre seems to be still visibly inflated, the sparks tell me everything I need to know about the condition of that tyre. Though, bad news for Lafrage into the pits early on. Up the front we have Nurmi and Heitinen going hammer and tong. 0.3 of a second separating these two as they come up through Casino. Looks like Heitinen isn't going to be giving any quarter to Nurmi here as they attempt to go down the inside. Heading to the right hand at the bottom of the hill here and then down to the chicane, sorry, to the hairpin. On board with Heitinen here, we can see them just coming through the right hander under the bridge. Very twisty and tight part of the circuit here. Interesting to see how the drivers adopt different strategies to manage their tyre wear and brake wear. Might see some drivers pushing a little bit harder at the beginning of the race, like Nurmi and Heitinen here, whilst others might be a little bit more conservative with their efforts and try and avoid multiple stops in the pits if they can. This might also be driven a little bit by tyre compound. Nurmi and Heitinen on the smooth compound, whereas Tolnen on the LS compound. Might see a little bit of a difference there in pace early on, but then offsets by time spent in the pits changing tyres. So coming back down to P7 we have Lubramiski and Peltonen, with Peltonen only 0.2 of a second behind Lubramiski as they head down to the chicane. Let's take a look at how these guys fare coming through here. Again, both catching a little bit of curb on the inside there. Enough to unsettle the car, but if practiced, shouldn't be a problem. And there's Peltonen diving down the right-hand side. Peltonen and Lubramiski are on different compounds, so Peltonen's on the smooth compound, Lubramiski on the LS compound. So again, might be a situation here where early pace is offset by time in the pits later on. Lubramiski might be able to claw back some time once Peltonen comes in for the pit stops later on. Again, 100 laps of racing here, so definitely going to be quite a torture test on the tyres and the brakes. There's Hayley Smith coming through the final corner in the Bentley blower. Allen and Smith now battling on the way up through T1, heading up to the top of the hill. Looks like Hayley Smith just struggling in the Bentley to really get the maximum performance out of it here today. So, Lubramiski seems to be in trouble, struggling up the hill there, allowing Hayley Smith and Crozet to get up there early. Also Hallin pulling over to the side of the corner there. Quite early gains. Actually no, sorry, that wasn't, and that was possibly Renaud. No, it's Kusler. So Kusler in the Alpha, struggling with mechanical or engine problems already. Meanwhile, Crozet takes the inside line, nipping through on the inside to get past Hayley Smith, and Hayley Smith now under pressure from Lubramiski as well as they come through the hairpin. Lubramiski right on the Bentley blower's tail. I imagine the Bentley is probably much more suited to the longer straights and open circuits, whereas here at Monaco it's a bit of a challenge. So many slow corners. Lubramiski on the inside there, just sneaking past Hayley Smith without too much trouble, heading down to the chicane. Let's go back to the front where we have Nurmi and Heitinen racing very aggressively up the hill towards Casino. And there's Kusler managing to stay clear of any trouble. But Nurmi 1.1 seconds behind Heitinen now, opening up a little bit of a gap. And that puts Nurmi on the back foot. Through the hairpin. Go through the tunnel. There you go. Let's go back down to Haley Smith, who once again under pressure here from another driver, this time Korkowski. And Korkowski just climbing the hill that little bit quicker than the Bentley blower. That's leaving Haley Smith a little bit under pressure as I come up to Casino Square. Seems like Korkowski is a little bit quicker than the brakes. Korkowski are slowing down just by virtue of being that bit lighter than the Bentley. Through the hairpin. I think Haley Smith has chosen a very appropriate name for the Bentley, Chungus One. Looking at the lap analysis, Anthony Heitinen just set the fastest lap of the race with a 2:02.608 on the last lap. For comparison, the next fastest looks to be Nurmi with a 2:04.688. Again, both drivers there on the smooth compound, whereas Tolonen on the LS compound is set a 2:07.462. Not significantly behind Nurmi, but quite a long stretch behind Heitinen. And Heitinen's strategy is invariably going to involve opening up as big a gap as possible at the beginning, so that they can get into the pits without losing positions later on in the race. Kusler there in number 8 is coming down into the pit lane. The Korkowski just driving straight through one of the marshals there. Haley Smith once again overtaken by Lubramiski as they head up to Casino Square. It'll be certainly interesting to see how the Bentley fares with some of the tracks coming up, because I would imagine any high-speed circuit will definitely favour that Bentley and its significant horsepower from the supercharged engine. Nurmi setting the best sector 3 of the race there with a 43.156, and Heitinen coming in with a 2:04.714 on their last lap, which is about a second. Also 2 seconds slower than their personal best. Through the tunnel comes Chungus One on the way down to the hairpin, or the chicane. I'll get those two sorted out eventually in my head. Again, catching quite a bit of curve there, and it's definitely a tricky corner for some of the drivers. Heitinen still leading with a 5-second gap here. Hallin just made contact with the wall, by the looks of it. 17 km/h hit. Looks like Kusler just exiting the pit lane as well, coming out in P20. 2 laps down at this stage. So coming up through Casino, we have Lazaro in the number 57 car, followed by Renaud. Both drivers giving it the beans. can see just why this circuit is so demanding on the cars and their brakes. As much now in modern era racing as it is in this era, in the 1920s. The only difference now is that the brakes of this era just weren't able to go the duration of the race without losing braking ability. Through the penultimate corner, Tolnin and Darling seem to have had a little bit of an incident here. Bit of contact between Tolnin and then Darling climbing the hill, so I think there was a little bit of contact between those two, which hasn't really upset Tolnin's pace, but definitely might have caused an issue there with potential for damage. Mercedes coming up through Dino Square. So into the final corner, we've got La and Henry battling for position, with Henry seemingly getting a slightly better run for the final corner. La getting some good acceleration in the Amel car, but looks like giving way to Henry, variably with that stronger acceleration from Henry. The slightly underpowered Amel car loses almost 2 seconds just in the duration from the final corner to the first corner. Heitinen picks up the best sector 1 of the race there with a 33.938. Looks like Crozet and Lubromiski coming up past Kusler. Kusler again caught out by mechanical issues, it seems. They're just crawling along. They are not having a good race today. Crozet and Lubromiski, on the other hand, coming screaming through the tunnel on the way down to the chicane. See who gives a quarter to the other. Crozet comes through first, catches a little bit of curb. Lubromiski coming through as well, but Crozet opening a gap here of 0.7 seconds. Lubromiski, on the other hand, coming up quickly now as they head down to the final corner. Looks like they might be in with a shot here of getting the overtake done before the final corner. Yes, they have, and that leaves Crozet in a position to try and gain a little bit of an advantage coming through the final corner if they can. But I believe Lubromiski has opened up a significant enough gap to break away now on the way up to turn number 1. Looks like Uatilla and Peltonen going side by side into the penultimate corner. Peltonen through to P3, whilst Tolnin a mere 0.4 of a second behind. Last lap for Heitenen was a 2:05.837, which by comparison Nurmi was on a 2:04.414. That puts Heitenen just 0.65 of a second behind their personal best. As we approach the 10% of the way through the race mark, our drivers are starting to get a little bit more spread out though. Henry Smith further back though, getting overtaken by Henry. They just come through the tunnel. Ooh, and Lubramiski has got turned around in the chicane there. Down to P14 as a result. So once again up the hill they go. Currently observing Lubramiski running in P14. Getting a Fredge with a impact of 70 kilometers an hour into a wall there. Car seems to be running in good condition though. No burst tyres that I can see. Like Lazzaro and Hallin closing in to 0.3 of a second of each other. Lazzaro in one of the Bugattis. Hallin on the inside of the number 9 seems to gain the advantage here, and a little bit of a drag race between these two as they head down to the first corner, with Lazzaro leading Hallin by 0.3 of a second at this stage. Getting through the first corner to climb the hill. Darling catches a bit of an incident there with contact with the wall. Looks like they've got some significant damage on the car now. Don't think that was involving another driver. It's an interesting place to have an accident. They are turned slightly to the side here, probably waiting for wheel repair. Some of the drivers just managing to avoid contact with Darling there in the first corner. I think that was Nurmi coming through, almost catching a little bit of incident there. They were Darling here in the corner. See now just the front of the car that Darling has on the corner there. Whilst you can see drivers coming up the hill. Interesting to see how much of a heads up these cars have of the corner being blocked there. So, Renaud and Lazzaro battling once again through the final corner, and this time it's Lazzaro on the back foot. We're going to see now from Lazzaro's onboard point of view what it looks like as they come up the hill. and if Darling is still located in that corner, which I believe they are. Interesting to see how much of a heads up Lazaro will get before they have to avoid Darling's car. Still can't see it. Okay, so you have a bit of time to see the car there, but still a bit of a risk to some of the drivers, especially if you're going too wide up there. Bremgarten just had an incident as well. 77 km/h hit into the chicane by the looks of it, and their wheels are a little bit worse for wear. Not entirely sure how well they'll be able to get themselves back to the pit lane. But it's certainly not the not the way you want your wheels to look. But they are running out of forward momentum now. May potentially be stuck unless they're trying to repair the wheels on the side of the road here. Going back to our race leader, Heitinen. 5.4 seconds ahead of their nearest competition. Heitinen, of course, on the smooth compound, as is Nurmi and Peltonen. Peltonen having done a good job of getting to the front of the grid again. Tollenen on the LS compound, 4th place at the moment with a 2:06.961 best lap time, 2:08.705 on the last lap. But the smooth compound is definitely quicker, but as we know, it may necessitate changing of the tyres. So as we come through the 14th lap of the race here at Monaco, we have the lineup of Heitinen, Nurmi and Peltonen on the top three, followed by Tollenen, Uotila and Withoft. Withoft in a great position here in P6, higher than they normally run, so could be in with a chance of good points here today. Hallen and Renaud as well, running quite well in the top 10. Korkowski leading us to the bottom of the top 10. Brosette, Henry and Smith. Further down, you can see Smith in the Bentley really struggling with a P13 position today. I just don't think the car is particularly well suited to the conditions here at Monaco. And then we have La and Lefredge, Pekkanen and Lubomyrsky. Lubomyrsky in the pits following their issue with their wheels. Seemingly pointing in the right direction at least now. Pekkanen has had a bit of an issue here as well, getting caught up in their SSK. It looks to be on the downhill section after... yeah, they're driving the wrong way down the track now. But this is just after the hairpin, and they're going to attempt to do a three-point turn, which could be a little bit of a challenge. Have to wait for this next car to come past, and then Pekkanen can get underway. Sorry, actually, it's just before the hairpin, so that has definitely had an impact on Pekkanen's pace there. Lubomyrsky still behind Pekkanen for the time being. Have to get out of the pits and get going, but Pekkanen now following behind one of the Anal cars. I think that's Clio. size difference between these two cars is quite something. Häkkinen easily overtaking the Anil car as they head down through the tunnel to the chicane. Looks like Withoff just whizzing on through there in the green number 4. Meanwhile, Häkkinen through the chicane, bit of a bump on the curb there, but otherwise running okay. And heading out to the penultimate corner here as they hunt down some hopefully some gains, because they're about 1.7 laps behind La in P15, and that's going to be a little bit of hard work to overcome that size of a gap. But there are another 85 laps to go. The 2:02.608 set by Häkkinen remains the best lap in the race so far, and even Häkkinen has struggled to get close to beating that time. I assume as the tyres are starting to wear for Häkkinen, they will struggle to ascertain the same speed, but fuel load will be lightening off as well. There might be a tipping point where it's a little bit of an advantage from the lower fuel, but the deficit from the poorer tyres won't have fully bitten in yet. So through the tunnel, Häkkinen comes once again down to the chicane. Let's go on board to take a look at how things look through the chicane from the driver's point of view. Actually, catching that curb on the inside and then immediately bouncing off into the hay bales and getting turned around in a very awkward part of the track, because as you can see, they have to wait for all of the other cars to come through before making their move, and as soon as they do, they immediately put themselves in risk of getting in the firing line for some of the other cars coming down the hill. So you're going to have to very carefully wait and hopefully turn and get going in one fell swoop. And they've stalled at a part of the track where other drivers coming down the hill now will be in significant risk of catching an incident here if they can't see Häkkinen stalled in the corner here. And then thankfully Häkkinen gets the engine going again and drives off, but that was a little bit of a reminder of just how dangerous Monaco can be in cars like this. Last lap for Häkkinen was a 2:08.364, so significantly slower than their personal best of 2:02.608. Let's see if Häkkinen is going to be coming into the pits at all. No, they seem to be staying out, which may be a reflection of the amount of damage that they have on the vehicle, or just going against strategy. Out the front we've got Häkkinen, who just set the best Sector 1 of the race with a 33.853. Let's see if they can do a similar performance for Sector 2. Sector 2 timing gate will be up shortly. Sector 2 was a 45.617, so neither their personal best or the race best there. See what they can deliver for the final. And through the final corner comes Leitinen, our race leader. Will they set a third sector record? Third sector comes in slower than their personal best as well. 43.735. That puts them at 203.205 on the last lap, which is over a second lower than their personal best. But definitely still has a little bit more to offer, this Leitinen, and I'm sure we'll see an improved sector 2 and 3 coming from there, married up to that sector 1 record, and you've got a very compelling lap time there. Further back we've got Nurmi with a 4.1 second gap to Leitinen and Peltonen, over a minute behind them. And you can see some of the gaps getting a little bit lengthy now as the drivers get more spread out. It'll be interesting to see when the first of the pit stops begins as well. Oh wow, and one of the cars there just getting caught up, that looks like it's Renaud. Caught a lot of that inside curb there, launching the car into the air, ultimately resulting in a spin. But seemingly and amazingly, they are continuing without too much of an impact. Very lucky for Renaud there. So further back in P16 we've got Pekkanen and Cleo jostling for P16 position. Of course Cleo in the annual car, just very underpowered. Leaves this little car a little bit under pressure here, but certainly sounds nice in the tunnels. Into the chicane, see what the annual car has to offer. Doesn't catch too much curb actually, which helps. Although it looks like that was Crozet overtaking there without too much issue. But Cleo at least 2.1 laps down compared to the race leader. Packing in through the final corner there. Looks like they were sliding a little bit, carrying a bit too much speed potentially. Then up the hill, Crozet comes, but getting overtaken by... And no, that is going to be Peltonen as they come up through Casino Square. Peltonen running third in the race overall, 1 minute and 8 seconds, however, behind P2. Now Peltonen overtaking Pekkanen as they come into the hairpin. Crozet also coming through as well, gaining another a bit of a gap there. And pelting through that last corner off the downhill section onto the back end of the tunnel, and then ultimately heading down to the chicane. And the car is so unsettled through that chicane. Borkowski with an impact at 43 kilometers an hour. Seems to be okay. It was a crash with the environment, so it might just be in the final corner there, catching a little bit too much wall on the exit. Seemingly not getting turned around. Climbing the hill once again up towards Casino. It looks like Nurmi still in the second spot for the best lap overall, 203.581 to Heitinen's 202.608. Next fastest driver probably Pelton with a 205.371, and then most of the drivers are on a 207 or higher. So some of these guys on the SH compound definitely taking the advantage of that compound early on in the race here. Interesting to see at which point in the race the pit stops begin for those on the SH tyre, because in terms of brakes and compound they will need to come in at some point. And it'll be interesting then to see whether the LS compound is significantly harder wearing and therefore can carry the drivers through without needing to change the tyres. Nurmi setting the best sector 3 of the race just then on the last lap. They came in with a 204.035 on the last lap, which is just about a second or half a second slower than their personal best, and about a second slower than Heitinen on the last lap as well. So definitely the race is favouring Heitinen at this stage. Nurmi struggling to maintain a similar level of pace in the delage. Heitinen down to the chicane once again. Into the final corner, Heitinen goes. I imagine at this point the brakes are already starting to get a little bit under weather, and there we go, Heitinen comes into the pit stop, possibly to change tyre compound. If the SH compound can only do 20 laps, then might be interesting to see actually whether that compound choice is going to be more impactful in the long run, given they would have to potentially do another 5 stops. 4 or 5 stops. Polnin on the LA or LS compound is running in P4. Let's see how things go for them, given that they potentially have a bit of life left in their tyres and may not need to come in anytime soon. Heitinen is the first of the front runners though to come in for the pit stop. And it'll be interesting to see whether Nurmi and Peltonen do the same thing, whether they stay out for much longer. Following through the tunnel down the hill to the chicane. Tunneling down to the final corner now. See Heitinen still in the pits. Momentarily we're going to see Tolonen come whizzing past as Crozet. Here comes Tolonen to take P3 in the race. Attila as well, not far behind. And Withoft will be along shortly. Here they come. You can see just how costly a pit stop is in this race. Heitinen down from P1 to P6 after their pit stop. And I believe Hallin will not be too much further behind. Here they come, and that's going to mean Heitinen was down to P7 at the end of their pit stop. So Heitinen has switched the SH compound again, so that could have been fuel and tyres, or just tyres. But they're back out now, and the question will become now whether the difference in lap time is significantly high enough to warrant the additional lap times, whether Tolonen on the different compound, who for comparison is running on about 208 206 lap times compared to Heitinen's 208 to 202 lap times. Because Tolonen has gained a significant amount of time there by not pitting. And if their tyres can run at least twice as long, then that puts them in a very strong advantage. The Fredge coming in contact with the wall again. Be okay, but did have an impact there at 28.72 kilometers an hour. Meanwhile, Tolonen coming up to the final corner now. Interesting to see whether Nurmi or Peltonen comes in for a pit stop anytime soon. Tolonen is still running in P3 here, but Uttila only 1.5 seconds behind at this stage. Last lap for Uttila, 207.585 to Tolonen's 208.156, so Uttila is potentially gaining here. And they're in the P14, which you can see is just behind. I do love how much of a jump the cars get going over that curb. I can't imagine that curb in reality would be very well received by suspension of this era. a quarter of the way through the race at this stage. No sign of Nurmi or Peltonen coming into the pits just yet. Tolonen still running P3, Uotila 1.2 seconds behind still. Meanwhile, Heitinen, who came in and dropped down to P7, is back up to P6 at least. And they are 22 seconds behind Withoff. Let's just see what's happened to Heitinen, because they are seemingly losing a little bit of time here to Withoff. I think it's just because of where they are on the track, to be honest. Withoff just coming up through Casino. But it's Uotila putting some pressure on Tolonen in P3 and P4 respectively. Number 14 driven by Uotila. Only 0.7 of a second behind Tolonen at this stage as they come down towards the hairpin. Haley Smith setting a personal best sector 1 there in the Bentley blower in P13, but their lap time is 2:19.744, so definitely a significant disadvantage to some of the other collages and so on. Tolonen catching a little bit of a slide on the rear end there, but manages to control it well. Uotila, interestingly, is on the smooth compound actually, so they are just keeping up with Tolonen on the LS compound. That might just be down to the difference in the car's underlying performance, but it does seem like Uotila is struggling on the better compound to keep up, so given that tyre compound is going to be wearing through, I'm not sure how much more they can keep up this pace against Tolonen. Once again through the hairpin they go. Uotila holding on just about by 1.4 seconds, but seemingly unable to close this gap at this stage. Tolonen still pushing on here, opening a gap to 2.4 seconds against Uotila, while Withoft in P4 closes a little bit on Uotila now. That's with a bit of an impact with the environment there. Probably just through the chicane by the looks of it. Final corner for Tolonen once again. Again, no sign of pit stopping anytime soon, while Heitinen in P6 continues to try and close the gap to Withoft. Nurmi on a 2:03.645 last lap compared to Heitinen's 2:04.505. Bit of a puff of smoke in the start lane there. I'm not sure what's caused that, but here's Hallin in P9. And just coming through turn number 1, heading up the hill now. Hailing from Sweden. They're in the Talbot. Working their way up through Casino, doing their best to avoid those sharp curves. But they're just getting a little bit of understeer there on the front as they attempt to turn into the hairpin. The car saying, I know you're turning the wheel, but I'm just going to carry on going straight for a bit. Back straight now, heading down towards the tunnel and the chicane. Allen is still running strong in 7 here, just 18 seconds behind Heitinen. It does look like Uatilla is being caught by Withoft. Withoft now within about a second as they come up through Casino, and Uatilla has got the issue of Kayla Frege here ahead of them, making things a little bit more challenging for them to overtake. Go to the onboard view with Withoft, where you can see how things look from their point of view as they come down to the hairpin. Uatilla in the number 14, almost getting caught there by Withoft, and the Anil car on the left-hand side of Withoft there, almost catching Withoft out. That was Clio in P18. Withoft is through, and it looks like Tolnin is the driver that Uatilla is just right behind, just trying to avoid contact there between the two of them. Down to the chicane. Borkowski in the number 28 car there, just being overtaken or lapped by Tolnin and Uatilla. Withoft is through as well. Into the final corner these guys come. So Peknin making contact with the wall. But it's Tolnin getting turned around by Withoft in the hairpin. Borkowski in the background stops as well. That's going to cause a bit of a mobile chicane for some of the other drivers coming down to the hairpin, but seemingly drivers getting underway there. Crozet and Lafrege getting turned around as well. That was a little bit of a pile-up there. Crozet coming through. And now Tolnin getting overtaken by Withoft. I wonder if that's damage for Tolnin. So Nurmi in the pits. Peltonen takes the race lead. Hope Tolnin doesn't need to pit on the results of that damage. Does seem to be down on power now for Tolnin. Withoft seemingly a little bit more sprightly in the other green car. On the final corner they go. Tolnin sliding it through the final corner. Will be risky for their tyres. Uttila up to P2 now on the back of Nurmi being in the pits. Nurmi just getting back underway, it seems. Withoft up to P3. Tolnin will, I imagine, grab P4. Ooh, but Tolnin's just spun through the first corner. And they seem to be having a little bit of an issue here. They're trying to turn the car around. They're going to get overtaken by two of the other lapped drivers. Tolnin's back under power again. But seemingly either a little bit flustered from the prior incident, or tyres have overheated, or some kind of mechanical issue, potentially impacting Tolnin's car at this stage. Tolnin through the hairpin once again. 24 seconds down on their best lap at the moment. Back at the spin in T1. Hopefully back under their regular power. Heitinen just getting caught up in the hairpin as well, and they've got damage to their front right tyre now. That's bad news for Heitinen, having pitted earlier on in the race. They went from P1 to P7. And invariably this will result in another unscheduled pit stop, which will add another significant dent to their chances here at Monaco. Such is the risk of Monaco for these cars. Imagine that's going to be a pit stop for Heitinen. But it looks like they're trying to stay out, which is very brave. Very brave. At the moment, Withoft and Nurmi climbing the hill here in P3 and 4 respectively. And Nurmi takes the inside line to overtake. That might leave Withoft with an opportunity on the right hand side here to come back in, but they have been overtaken solidly there by Nurmi, and there will be no such opportunity now. Now heading down to the hairpin. Go on board with Withoft and see how things look. Very clear with a little bit of a contact there at 10 kilometres an hour into the wall. not too bad, but Tollin being overtaken by Hallin there as they come down to the chicane, and again a bit of contact between those two. I think Tollin getting a bit unlucky at the streak at the moment. Hallin does pull back to allow Tollin through. So Tollin's remained P6, but yeah, not having the best couple of last laps for Tollin. Tollin once again with an impact into the wall there. Eric Hallin as well. Contact potentially with Tollin there. It was slightly off camera so I couldn't see, but I could see on the server timings that there was contact for Hallin. And ooh, Hallin's reversed right into Nurmi there. So that was Peltonen in the final corner. So Hallin potentially impacting Tollin has then also gone on to impact Peltonen in the final corner. Not demonstrating the best of etiquette following an incident, vis-a-vis holding your brakes, etc. Uatilla now battling with Nurmi on the run down to the chicane. And into the final corner, Nurmi and Uatilla come to blows once again, with Nurmi unable to slow down in time, it seems. They've got through, but not in the cleanest of fashion. Pelton and Nurmi now leading the race, P1 and 2 respectively, with Uatilla in third place. Swatkowski in P10 is being followed by Crozet, 0.3 of a second behind. Swatkowski still in P10 now, 1.5 seconds clear of Crozet as they come through the hairpin. So Pelton leading the race now with 32.4 laps onto their belt, with Nurmi a whole 1.1 laps behind. Uatilla is in contention for P2, 4.1 seconds behind, with Withoft again not too far behind Uatilla, and Heitinen closing in potentially on Withoft now is almost sub 2 seconds. But Tolnin losing out quite significantly in the last few laps, has dropped down to P7. And it's Lubramiski who is in the pits now as well, potentially having retired. Heitinen's back up to P5, having dropped down to P7 following their first pit stop. But they did have a bit of an issue with their wheel, and you can see that they still have that damage, but they're seemingly able to run relatively okay despite the issues. Looks like a disconnected rod at the top there. Does look like Heitinen, despite the damage, is gaining on Withoft. It's now to less than a second here. But I do fear that Heitinen's front wheel damage may make them more susceptible to an incident in a situation like the chicane, where small miscalculation could result in significant damage for Heitinen. Let's go to the onboard view for the run through the chicane. Looks like that's Kusela on the right hand side. Heitinen is still putting the pressure on Withoft despite the damage as they head down to the final corner. See whether Heitinen can obtain any advantage here. Withoft is on the SH compound as well, so same as Heitinen. Korkowski, but Uatila just coming out of the pit lane there in the number 14 car. Peltonen's in the pits as well. And Heitinen climbs up the hill faster than Withoft, leading Withoft into the Casino Square. Despite Heitinen and Withoft both driving the 1927 GEC Delage 1558. Sorry, 15S8. Ooh, looks like Leo turned around in the corner here, and they've stalled the car in the middle of the corner. Not sure drivers will necessarily see them here, and that's the SSK coming through and narrowly avoiding an incident there between Leo and Pekkanen. Thankfully, Cleo gets underway. That was a little bit of a hair-raising moment. And it looks like Clio's really struggling here with the turning circle on their car. And now they are in a bit of an awkward spot, and there's a bit of a traffic jam forming in the hairpin here. This isn't ideal for Korkowski or Clio. There's Lafrage. Korkowski attempting to reverse and get underway. Clio does the same. Here comes the Bentley blower. Not an ideal situation for the little animal car to be caught in. So the mighty Bentley blower driven by Haley Smith there, managing to overtake Leo's Anvil car as they head down to the hairpin once again. A David and Goliath size competition here between these two cars. They're definitely struggling with turning circle, it seems. And it looks like Tolnin being overtaken by Helen again. Tolnin probably dealing with a bit of damage to the car, but we'll see how they fare on the run down to the chicane. Both overtaking Leo almost in the Anil car. I wonder what impact this has had on Tolnin's race strategy for pit stops. They've dropped down to P5, so still in a pretty strong position. Peltonen has left the race, so potentially on the back of the damage they received in that final corner, it'd be interesting to see what the reason for that was. Häkkinen is still in the race, but in the pits. And Lubramiski and Darling have both retired as well. But El Renaud is currently running in P3, and Heitinen is back up to P2 despite their wheel damage still persisting. So expect they will be coming into the pit sooner rather than later with that. If nothing else, the angle of the wheel will probably be inducing a little bit more in the way of tyre wear. And Heitinen has run into a little bit of an issue here in the final corner, wherein they have hit the wall. And that could be to do with the fact that their wheels no longer point in the correct direction. I would imagine they're going to have to bring it into the pits now. Seems like they're crabbing their way over to the pit lane now. Seemingly not stopping. Nope, I stand corrected, they're just coming into the pit box, which is round about here. And that will invariably have an impact on their race. Going to be pushing them a little bit further back down than they would like to be. Helen likely going to be gaining a position here. I suspect also Tolnin and Uatilla will be able to sneak up as well, depending on... Well, actually, Helen has just come in a little bit further behind. No, sorry, I stand corrected, that is Renaud. Here's Helen just coming through now. That brings Helen up to P2. Heitinen drops to P3. Tollin's next up to take advantage of this pit stop from Heitinen. And they are just appearing there on the right hand side in the number 8. So number 6, and that puts them up to Prix. Uatilla now as well, up to P4. And Withoft should be able to also capitalise on the situation as well. They're just coming down to the final corner, and I suspect they will be nipping on through before Heitinen is out of the pit lane. Lazaro might be in with a shot here as well. I'll have to see how that goes. There's Withoft. Heitinen's back down to P6. Here comes Häkkinen. They will be unlapping themselves potentially. There's Lazaro up to P6. That's Heitinen down to P7. Next up is the number 8 car, Crozet. I don't think they will be getting past unless they can get really lucky here with a 2-minute pit stop from Heitinen. what a shame for Heintinen. They went from setting best lap of the race of a 2:02.608 down to P7, where they picked up quite a bit of damage. Clio just making contact with the wall again at 30 kilometers an hour. Really seems to be struggling with the turning circle in the car, and therefore can't get round the hairpin without contacting the wall. So Heintinen is back out on track now, tyres fixed and possibly refueled at the same time. I imagine there'll be a man on a mission now to set the best times they possibly can and regain some positions here. They've got a 9-second hill to climb to catch up with Renaud, and then after that another minute or so before they can catch up with the car ahead of that. So Heintinen definitely has their work set out for them, but with 60 laps left to go, there's still actually quite a little bit of time for the running order to change quite considerably. Heintinen aggressive through the chicane there. Have to be careful not to catch any more damage, because that will certainly be a very unwelcome bit of news for them at this point. Renaud has just had an incident and manages to get themselves turned around. That's allowed Heintinen to come through. Renaud probably has damage. Yep, front left right tyre has been punctured. So Renaud will be invariably stopping for a pit stop. Let's go to P3 though, where Uatilla has just overtaken Tolnin. You grab the third spot in the race, and they are now clearing the gap to Tolnin by about 2 seconds. Let's see what Lazzaro is doing, because Clio, once again, Clio causing an issue here on the track with Lazzaro coming round a corner and driving immediately into Clio because there was nowhere else to go. Let's see how things go for Heintinen. Eye on Clio down here. Almost causing contact with Kusler there as well. But thankfully it looks like Heintinen won't be coming through in time for that incident with Clio to be an issue, but one to watch out for the future. So El Renaud into the pit lane to repair that puncture. Meanwhile, Clio seems to be heading down to the final corner. Heintinen just coming down to the chicane, and on board. Hear how much Heintinen comes off the throttle there before they hit the curb, because I guess they're trying to get the car into a position where it's as stable as possible to recover from any upset that the curb might cause. And with 40 laps complete here, track temperature has increased now to 31 degrees Celsius. Track conditions are up to 99%, so the track is rubbering in a little bit. Heitinen on a 2:02.608 still for the best lap, but 2:04.591 on the last lap. They're on the SH compound still. Hallin remains in the pits for the time being. That puts Eutler up to the second spot. Tolnin up to P3. Withoft about to grab a P4 as well by the looks of it. And then Lazare potentially on track to pick up another position here. Maybe Heitinen, if they're lucky, get around before Hallin leaves the pits. What happens to Clio though as they come through the chicane? They're definitely at risk of picking up some penalties from other drivers if reported, because they have caused a few incidents now, particularly around recovering from a spin, etc., and fortunately ending up creating contact with the drivers. So Heitinen in with a shot here of overtaking Hallin through the pit lane. Stay with Hallin. Hallin's underway now, so looks like Heitinen has just missed out on the opportunity. Heitinen's through the final corner. There's Clio. Good news if Heitinen can use this opportunity to get past without risk of any damage. And the last lap there was a 2:04.962 for Anssi Heitinen. With a hairpin for Heitinen. You see here the short burst acceleration followed by immediately onto the brakes is why these cars are so susceptible at this track to having brake issues. And we're not even halfway through the race at this stage, and they've been going for some time, so the brakes would certainly be starting to suffer at some point. That might be what's causing some of the accidents now, because drivers are trying to keep up with their brake degradation. Moving up to P3, we've got Withoft and Tolnin. Withoft making the move on Tolnin as Tolnin just gets a little bit of a slow start out of that corner, coming up to the tunnel, getting caught behind the Bentley, but Tolnin's now coming into the chicane behind Withoft and has an opportunity here to regain some time. And catching the rear end, Withoft just launching off into the distance, so clearing about a few seconds of time already. the Attila has an impact there at 60 kilometers an hour. It seems to have seen them get wedged behind a palm tree as they come through Casino. That's potentially caused some damage. No punctured tyres and no wonky suspension that I can see, but I've got very lucky there with the contact. Till through the final corner seems to be okay mechanically. I don't imagine that's going to have resulted in a requirement to come into the pits. We approach the half race distance. Nurmi now leading the race by over a lap. Withoft in P3, Tolnin in P4. Heitinen is in P7 but starting to gain a little bit of momentum as they head back up the ranks. Meanwhile, Pekkanen, Peltonen, Henry, Lubomirsky and Darling have all retired from the race. Smith in the Bentley blower, Chungus one. Currently running in P13, just unable to get a lot of momentum out of that car here at Monaco. Just not a car which is particularly conducive to this track. Heitinen just climbing the hill faster than Hallen here. Moves up to P6. On board to Hallen here in the Talbot in the number 9 car. Head down the hill once again down to the hairpin. Very close to the wall there, but not quite making contact as they try and get as much speed out of these corners as they possibly can. You see just how much slow cornering there is at this circuit. Taylor Fredge in the car number 314, managing to stay out of trouble there. Like El Renard is now ahead of Hallen here as they head into the final corner. It looks like Renaud ducking into the pits now. which puts Kayla Frege just one position ahead. 10 for Lafrege. Lazaro only half a second behind Heighton at this stage. Like Heighton is just overtaken. Get back up to P5. Now has a 40-second gap to clear to Tolman. At the moment, our first three positions, Nurmi, Uatilla and Withoft, all on the soft compound. Tolman continues the race on the LS compound. Lap times between the top three is about 2:05, 2:07 and 2:06 respectively. Meanwhile, Tolman's last lap was a 2:13.730. LS for Crozet there was a 2:11.879. So a little bit more pace in the soft compound compared to the LS compound, but longevity is supposedly the kind of main advantage of the LS compound. Of course, that only really applies if you're able to stay out of trouble and not have any damage, which of course is you to come into the pits any earlier. With off through the chicane there. Ooh, looks like Withoft is overcooked into the final corner there, and I don't know if that's brake fade or not, but they had a bit of a brush with the wall there. Allen and Lazaro just trading positions there as Allen just sneaks ahead of Lazaro into P6. Final corner for Hallen, approaching the halfway distance now. Hallen running very close to the hay bales there through T1. number 18 car there, driven by La, being overtaken by Helen just before the hairpin. Down to the chicane. You can't get through there without touching the curb. It's just potentially a little bit slower but safer than the more aggressive line, which involves bumping off the curves a little bit. That's the line that Donington typically tends to take. They come up through the first corner here. Interesting to see whether with off to Attila and Nurmi have another pit stop for tyre change. If Tolman can avoid any incidents, which they have had a bit of a string of bad luck in the last 10 or 20 laps or so, they can stay clear of any of those accidents, then they might be in the shot here of clawing back some time. I mean, P3 definitely within grasp for Tolman at this stage in the race. Potentially P2, depending on how things go for you, Attila. But it looks like Nurmi, with a whole 1.1 laps of safety net, pretty strong position here. Though that being said, we are only just coming up to the halfway point in this race, and there is plenty of time left for things of the unexpected nature to occur, which may catch Nurmi out. Impact for Chloe in the hairpin, looks like. Sorry, the chicane. Oh, and they've also had contact potentially with Hayley Smith there. Hayley Smith further down the line here. Cleo is going to have to try and get their car going in the right direction again, but those front wheels are not looking very healthy. Seemingly able to drive in a straight line despite that, and in the background you can see Hayley Smith getting the Bentley underway. A little bit of encouragement. Here comes Nurmi. Leo, on the other hand, is now delivering quite an impressive smokescreen. Hopefully Nurmi gets through without too much issue. I think Cleo might be lucky in that they are close enough to the pits to get repaired, but they're going to have to... Ooh, it looks like Nurmi had a slight impact with Hayley in the final corner there. That's Withoft. If Cleo can get round this corner, it'll be a bit of a tall order given the wheels are pointing very much in the opposite direction. Managed to nurse the car around. They should be able to get into the pits without too much of an issue now. But Cleo, unfortunately, now 3.4 laps down and stands to only worsen that position following this unexpected pit stop again. I assume they will be coming into the pits, however. They are not. heading towards their pit box. But they've gone past the end of the pits, potentially. And maybe attempting to continue the race in their current condition, which will be a little bit of a interesting manoeuvre. Yes, they are indeed attempting another lap of Monaco in an Allen car with two tyres facing entirely the wrong direction. And they are proving to be quite an effective smokescreen as well. Just trying to see what the next car coming up is going to be. It's going to be Hallin. Let's see what things look like from Hallin's point of view, because I suspect they may run into a little bit of a smokescreen, which, trust me, might be a little bit distracting. There it is. Thankfully in a position where they were able to get past without too much of an issue. Now, Cleo's going to really struggle in the hairpin here, and here's Lazzaro coming up. Hope Lazzaro can get through without contact. Yes, they just about managed to, but now Cleo's in a very precarious position, and does actually come into contact with El Renard there, who's now stalled their car, and Cleo's returned to the pits. I think they've had enough. Renard seems to be okay without too much issue. I believe Cleo has disconnected, unfortunately, but they were having a bit of a hard time of it. And Hallin has also come into the pit lane. Leaves Tolonin out here in P5, trying to chase down Heitinen, who currently runs in P4. And working their way through. Past the halfway mark of the race now, 52 laps completed. Naomi still leading the race quite convincingly here. Last lap was a 2:05.726, which puts them in a really strong position. Heitinen, the only other driver to go slightly quicker than that, with a 2:05.397 on the last lap. So it looks like Hallin has retired from the race as well. That leaves our grid a little bit reduced now to about 13 cars still left in the running. Lost almost half the grid at this stage. Attila, currently running in P2 in the number 14 car, is about 10 seconds ahead of Withoft at this stage. And this would be a great result for Attila if they can bring home a P2 finish in the championship standings. Now up to P7 as Allen slowly drops down the rankings following their disconnect. Here comes Withoft through the final corner now. Still about 10 seconds behind Attila at this stage, but holding steady. Meanwhile, down in P8 we have Korkowski, 0.5 of a second behind Crozet at this stage and pushing hard. Withoft bringing up the rear as well. Ooh, looks like Korkowski has just pulled over to the side. I'm not sure if that's due to overheating or a mechanical issue, but they've definitely stopped for the time being. Just as the battle was starting to develop, Korkowski has to drop out. So Lazzaro's in the pits, thankfully just for a pit stop I believe, no disconnector, the driver's still in the car. But Heitinen has just returned to the pits, so they had an accident at 85 kilometers an hour and I believe that will be a race end if they continue. I believe once you've returned to the pits of that nature, you are effectively disconnected from the race. You become a DNF even if you do continue driving. So we've lost another driver. Well, that's unfortunate news, but Tolnin now has less to worry about. They will be able to continue on in P4 and they just have to worry about Attila and Withoft. I don't know if they'll be able to catch Nurmi at this stage, but never say never. Lazzaro will eventually overtake Heitinen as they have now disconnected, so in about 1 minute and 20 seconds they will get up to P5. And what a challenging race this has turned out to be for some of the drivers. Further down in P6 we have Lazzaro, and about 6.5 seconds behind, so we should see them momentarily, is Renard in the Talbot. The chance here that Renard will be able to catch up with Lazzaro. Yes, unfortunately only 12 cars left in the running at this stage. Here we have Lazzaro overtaking Heitinen to take that P5 spot, with Renard not too far behind. Renard just about to do the same thing. And about 22 seconds we'll see Crozet same as well as Heidsen will start dropping down the rankings following their unfortunate disconnect. La about to overtake Hallen as well, who disconnected a while ago. But Renard is now within 3.5 seconds of Lazzaro, and I believe we're going to see an overtake coming up in due course. So into the final corner, Renaud comes. He's now closed the gap to Lazzaro to less than 2 seconds. Coming through Casino, Renaud now hot on the heels of Lazzaro as they head down to the hairpin. Be a question of timing now and whether they can complete an overtake cleanly without causing damage to either driver. But Renaud's Talbot just seems to have a little bit of an edge over Lazzaro's Bugatti. Double checking, it is definitely a Bugatti. Down they come towards the chicane again. So down the start, finish straight they come, and Renaud only 0.5 of a second behind Lazzaro at this stage. Going to be interesting to see whether an overtake can occur or where. Might be up the hill actually, to be honest, where the Talbot might have a little bit of an edge over the Bugatti in terms of power. And yes, there we go, through the first corner. Lazzaro loses out to the Talbot up the hill, and that's allowed Renaud to complete a clean overtake to move up to P5. Don't think Lazaro is going to be able to catch up now with Renaud. 1.4 seconds of a gap. In the background you can see what looks like Nurmi coming through as well. So 57 laps now completed. Nurmi leads the race still by 1 whole lap to Uatilla. Uatilla 25 seconds ahead of the closest competition, which is Withoft, who's holding on to the last spot on the podium. Holding in a whole 60 seconds behind Withoft at this stage, and then a big 1.3 lap gap between Tolnin and Renaud. Lazaro 3.6 seconds behind Renaud, but that gap is increasing as well. Renaud currently being chased down by Korkowski, not for position of course, but still driving close proximity. Ooh, and there we go, big incident there for Renaud as they get caught by Korkowski. This is what I was mentioning just a second ago. They are driving in close proximity, and this is what can happen even if you're not racing for position. And hopefully that hasn't caused too much of an issue for Renaud and damage, but he has now lost that position to Lazaro, who was able to sneak through there and regain the position. So Kustler, now the last to overtake Heitinen's disconnected vehicle, leads them up in P12 in this race. Whilst the remaining drivers plough on for the remaining 40 laps. So Lazaro continues on in P5, 14 seconds ahead of Renard at this stage, although Renard is starting to regain a little bit of momentum now, especially up the hill here. And Lazaro is still 1.3 laps behind Tolnin, so Tolnin's still in a pretty safe position. Not able to seemingly gain on Withoft at this stage in the race. Although Withoft is on the smooth tyre compound, so should have an opportunity for Tolnin to catch up when Withoft invariably needs to come into pit again. Bit of a drift through the final corner there for the number 18 car with La. Might be an indication that tyres are starting to give up a little bit of their grip. Back to Renard in P6, they're 10 seconds behind Lazare at this stage and potentially have the opportunity here to recreate what they did a few laps ago when they overtook Lazare. I have to step away very briefly from my PC, so I'll leave it on Renard here. I'll be right back. It looks like Renaud is now within 7.7 seconds of Lazzaro. Shaved off about 3 seconds. With another 38 laps to go in the race, there's plenty of time for Renaud to close this gap in. Looking at the last lap times for Lazzaro, they ran a 2:11.427 compared to Renaud's 2:09.527. Nurmi on the last lap by comparison was a 2:07.911, so not too dissimilar. Uatilla ran a 2:06.906 on the last lap though, so they are running slightly quicker, but they do have a whole lap of deficits to catch up to Nurmi. But we're now closing the gap to Lazzaro to 5 seconds. It does appear like they're back on track to get themselves into a position to overtake. So 4.6 seconds for Renaud up the hill. You can see Lazzaro up ahead, just disappearing off into the distance there as they crest the top of the hill. And as they come up to Casino, it's just going to be a matter of time now for Renaud to start to close the gap here. They're both on the same compound, so it's just a question of whether the Talbot and the Bugatti are offering just slightly different performance to the drivers. Like Korkerski on the side there. Oh, sorry, if I corrected, that was Uatilla. And Uatilla has just dropped down to 3rd place as Withoft takes the 2nd spot. Now it says Tollinen's 1.3 laps down. So they will unlap themselves, I think. They're climbing over the top of Casino at the moment. Let's see what happens when they come past Uatilla. As they come past now, so yep. They're technically on the same lap now as Uatilla, and if they can get round again, although it doesn't look like they're going to be getting that opportunity because Uatilla's now underway. At least Tolnin has caught up quite a big chunk there. So Withoft through to P2, puts themselves a minute clear of Uatilla at this stage, and they are 1.2 laps down from Nurmi. Nurmi still just powering on ahead in this race. Meanwhile, Renaud is 1.2 seconds behind Lazare at this stage, and things are looking a little bit more shaky for Lazare's Solidarity in P5. As Renaud starts to get a little bit closer, the pressure builds for Lazare. Hopefully we don't see a repeat of what happened last time, where Renaud managed to overtake Lazare, but then fortunately fell further back after incident after the chicane. Withoft in the background, just appearing at the back of the corner, and Lazare now falls back to P6 as they are about half a second behind Renaud down into the chicane. Ooh, and looks like Lazare has desynced. Yeah, Lazare has desynced and returns to the pit lane. Unfortunately, they have disconnected. That leaves Renaud up to P5 with no competition from Lazare anymore. That's a big shame. We've lost a good chunk of the grid now. Down to 11 active drivers, I believe. And Renaud has come to a stop. Renaud into the pit lane. And that allows Crozet to overtake now, as they were running a little bit further behind, but have just caught up now as a result of Renaud pitting. And Crozet moves up to P5. Up and over the top of the hill in the Bugatti for Crozet here. Seems like Bugattis are the main car of choice left in this race. You've got Delages and Bugattis pretty much all the way. As lap 66 comes to a start, we've got Nurmi in P1, Withoft in P2, Uatilla remaining in P3, Tolnin running steady in P4, Crozet takes P5, and Korkowski, Lafrege are in P6 and 7 respectively. Then we have La, Kusler and Smith, who will eventually overtake Lazare and Renaud. Oh, sorry, Lazare definitely, but Renaud is in the pit still, so they should be back underway soon. parked here at the sunny afternoon here in Monaco on T1. Should see a couple of our drivers whiz past in a moment. There's Withoft and La. Ooh, and Withoft is turned around in the first corner there. Hopefully not going to be caught in an incident there with Korkowski. Manages to avoid any accidents. Withoft lucky there to avoid more significant damage, which may have impacted their ability to finish the race in their hard-earned P2. Usler has an impact of 35 kilometers an hour into a wall, but seems to be okay. Meanwhile, Crozet is in the pits. Seemingly just for a pit stop, no disconnect. La had a bit of an impact there in the chicane, but seems to be okay. Tonlin just heading down to the chicane at this stage. There's oh, actually it's Lazaro. He's back on the track. So I assume because it was probably an internet disconnect and not a return to pits, that's considered okay to continue. Attila here in third place, 8 seconds behind Withoft. Attila still 7.2 seconds off Withoft's pace at the moment. Oh, sorry, position. And there are still 32 laps to go. And the remaining drivers are pressing on, looking for any advantage they can get. Attila now closing the gap to Withoft to 4 seconds. Withoft just coming up to the final corner now. Just so in close proximity to La in the number 18. And there is Attila now, just 4 seconds behind. Uatilla now closing that gap to sub 3 seconds as they really start to hunt down Withoft here. From the onboard view of Uatilla's Bugatti, we can see them just starting to edge a little bit closer now. Like Lafrege has had a bit of a shunt in a hairpin there. Uatilla though continuing their advance, 1.6 seconds here. This could be brake fade for Withoft or just tyre degradation that's leading to them losing so much time here, because this is quite a significant drop off in their performance. And last lap time was a 2:11.285 for Withoft, and where it's a 2:07.171 for Uatilla, so quite a big differential creeping in. And you can see Withoft is 5 seconds off their personal best, so it wouldn't surprise me if we're about to see Withoft pit. But actually it's Uatilla who comes in for the pit, which is very surprising. Might be an undercut attempt for Withoft, but Withoft, at least for the time being, is safe from the overtake. So Uatilla remains in the pits now, just as they start to get back out and underway. He's still leading the race by 1.5 laps at this stage. Uatilla a good minute and a half behind Withoft at this stage, but Withoft may need to come into pit soon, and that might shake up the running order with Uatilla able to catch up. Hole in 1 minute and 23 seconds behind Uatilla before a 1.5 lap gap to Korkowski. Rosette, Lafrege and Renaud are all relatively close proximity, relatively speaking. And they might be able to catch up to P6, but it's Withoft here, having just watched them clip a little bit of that chicane. I think they are suffering from brake fade or tyre degradation, and I believe that is going to lead them to need to pit soon, and Uatilla will be able to capitalise on this as they're running on fresh tyres already. Withoft coming down to the chicane. Definitely taking it easy. down to the final corner. That was Mr. Withoft. Will they pit? Doesn't seem like they're planning to do so. And Withoft continues on to lap 73 as a head down once again to the chicane. Still 1.5 laps behind Nurmi. But Uatilla is not gaining, in fact they're doing the very opposite. They seem to have lost out a little bit of time compared to Withoft, who is now almost a lap ahead. So Withoft seems to be able to hold his own against Uatilla. The Uatilla is gaining a little bit of time, but hasn't significantly closed the gap just yet. In fact, fluctuating back and forth between 1 minute and 30 seconds and 1 minute and 45 seconds. Meanwhile, Cruzat a little bit more stable compared to Korkayowski. 6.3 seconds behind, has pretty much been remaining in that position for the last few laps. Tolnin is running a little bit of a race on their own at the moment. They're 1.6 laps ahead of Korkayowski, but 1.5 minutes behind Uatilla, which is almost an entire lap. So Tolnin's pretty much racing a race against themselves at this stage, but Uatilla has now just closed the gap to 1 minute, so we're going to watch with bated breath and see whether Uatilla can deliver a P2 finish before the race is ended. Uatilla continuing on. Let's see though from Rosette's point of view how close they are to Korkayowski, because they're only 4 seconds behind. They're running up the first hill here after T1 with Withoft just ahead of them, splitting them between Korkayowski. I think given enough time, Rosette may be able to close this gap a little bit more. You're having a little bit of kind of a floatiness through the corners there, potentially driven by low tyre grip. Let's take a quick look at their tyre compound. So Rosette is running on the SH, and so is Kwiatkowski. 2.5 seconds now, 2.4. Uatilla has just had a crash at the chicane, quite a significant crash, and that's going to mean Tolnin is in with a shot of catching up here. But next to come down the hill is Crozet, I believe. So that looks like Henry. Sorry, Haley Smith. Here comes Kwiatkowski, Withoft and Crozet. The Tolnin is just coming up and over the hill. They're coming down to the hairpin right now, actually, so they might be in with a chance of catching up quite a good chunk of time relative to Uatilla. Depending on when Uatilla can get their car back underway. I'm going to stay here though and see whether Tolnin is close to arriving. Here's Lafrage. And looks like Kusler and Renaud. But it's Tolnin that we're looking for. Where is Tolnin? There's me. Actually, no, that is Tolnin. And Tolnin is back up to P3, followed by... So, Tolnin's back to P3. That leaves Uatilla still in P4, but apparently unable to get underway again. And there goes Nurmi. Meanwhile, Tolnin, after a hard-fought recovery, is back on the podium with a P3 and just heading up the first corner now. Nurmi and Withoft are both still on the smooth compound, so we'll have to come in a pit at some point, although I'm not entirely sure how long Tolnin's been out. Tolnin's been out 13 laps since they last pitted, whereas Withoft has been out 40 laps. Nurmi's been 47, so I do suspect a pit stop from Withoft is due soon. But with 1.5 laps gap to Tolnin, it may not be enough to close the gap between the two. Withoft flying up over the casino. Meanwhile, a bit further back down in P7 we have Kayla Fredge and the number 314 Bugatti. And they're being chased by Renaud, who is only 2.2 seconds behind at this point in the Talbot. Renaud is definitely gaining on Lafrege at this point in time. Just coming under the archway now. See Renaud all over and ready to strike here. But the acceleration for the Bugatti just seems to be edging out the Talbot just a little bit here as they head to the tunnel. I'm not sure whether Renaud is going to have the ability to overtake until after the chicane. Background you can see Lazzari by the looks of it, recovering after their disconnect. And through that penultimate corner, Renaud just seems to get a massive boost of speed as they head down to the final hairpin. And Renaud takes the inside line here, gets underway. And Lafrege is either pitting or looking for the inside line, I think. I think they're pitting. Yes, they are. That leaves Renaud into P7 spot, 39 seconds behind Korkowski in P6. Around the hairpin, Renaud goes, getting a little bit of rear wheel kind of spin there, a bit tail happy, despite the slow cornering speed. Withoft comes down to the final corner. They've been out 42 laps since they last pitted. And they show no sign of pitting just yet, which means Tollen will remain 1.6 laps behind for a little bit longer. Meanwhile, Haley Smith down in P11 in the mighty Bugatti blower. Sorry, I stand correctly, Bentley blower. Get my names mixed up there. But they're only 1 second ahead of Kusler at this stage, and there's a chance Kusler will be able to sneak out of the last spot. If they can climb this hill a little bit quicker than the Bentley, and it looks like they have done. Haley Smith down to P12 now, 1.3 seconds behind Kusler. Haley Smith doesn't seem to have a steering wheel. The ginormous Bentley just struggling a little bit on these tight, twisty Monaco streets. Best lap for Haley Smith this race has been a 2:15, which is considerably slower than many of the other cars, but I put that primarily down to the car than anything else. I've definitely seen Haley Smith deliver a very strong result in other races. I think they might just be hedging their strategy here, that the Bentley will be more of a competitor on some of the other car track combinations to come, where a long straight where they can stretch the legs of the Bentley will definitely play into their hands. There's Renard coming around the final corner. Renard now bringing up the rear behind Bentley, looking for an opportunity to overtake, but hoping to do so safely, I would imagine. And I think they'll just have to pick their moment to strike here, because the last thing they want to do is get caught up behind the Bentley. Here's the opportune moment to strike on the run down to the chicane. Rosette's in the pits again. And here's Renard leading Haley Smith through the chicane as the sun comes back out. There's Alazare. And Renard overtakes Crozet momentarily before going into pits themselves. Without had a small impact there at 20 kilometers an hour. Ooh, and there's Withoft catching a little bit too much of the hay bales at the cane. I wonder if that's going to cause a significant enough amount of damage to need to pit. In the background you can see Lafrege turning up in the 314. Withoft continuing out there, so the damage they picked up there wouldn't have been enough to need to pit, they would have thought. So that's Not going to allow Tolnin to catch up anytime soon, it would seem. Fredge continuing their pursuit of Withoft. They head down once again to the hairpin. At some point I'll stop getting hairpin and chicane confused. Bit of a honk from Lafrage there. Both cars through the chicane in one piece this time. Shame that these two aren't fighting for position, because this would have been a hell of a battle. The risk, of course, for Withoft at this stage is that battling this closely could lead to damage. And of course they're not battling for position, so it's probably in the interest of Withoft to just let the Fredge through to avoid any unfortunate accidents. Withoft with another incident at 20 kilometers an hour. It doesn't seem to have been too performance impacting, but they are perhaps a little bit rattled from some of the incidents that they've had, or the tyre degradation is starting to get to a point where it's a little bit unsustainable. They are on 47 laps since their last pit stop, Nurmi on 54. They're running on the smooth compound tyre. So, past the 80 lap mark on lap 83, we're now down to the last 17 laps. And looks like the Fredge is now hunting down Nurmi, who is our race leader. Last lap time for Lafrage was 2:06, so they definitely seem to be getting a bit of a burst of speed from somewhere. Nurmi on the other hand was a 2:13.043 on the last lap. La has just had an impact at 61 kilometers an hour, and they seem to have done some significant damage to the left-hand side of their car. Oh, and they've reversed through a solid barrier. They are back underway, but they're just about to get into the potential line of Uatilla. Oh, and I've got front left sparks. Not ideal. So La is in the pits for repairs. Peltonen is back. I thought they dropped out earlier, but they seem to be back in the runnings. Maybe they had an internet issue of sorts. 6 laps down, but they are back in the race. Meanwhile, Renard is 2.7 seconds ahead of Lafrage, and Lafrage is gaining quickly. Last lap for Renard was a 2:09.943, Lafrage 2:05.61. Ooh, and Lafrage has just spun out on the way down to the hairpin. Very unfortunate. They were pushing hard, maybe just pushed a little bit too hard, it seems. So Renard has spun out or lost engine power in the last corner there, but seems to be back underway. But that's allowed Lafrage to catch up after their little accident on the run down to the hairpin. So if Renard thought they were out of the woods just yet, they need to rethink, as Lafrage is now on the attack. Climbing up the hill once again. Lafrage 2 seconds behind. Let's see if they can close this gap at all. .6 seconds. Definitely gaining ground on the braking, but let's see if they can carry that momentum on down towards the tunnel. Went 2 seconds. Renard is definitely losing a lot of pace here compared to Lafrage and the Bugatti. Now onto the back straight, through the tunnel. Only 1.2 seconds separating the two drivers as they come through to the chicane once again. Lafrage just catching a little bit of over-rotation there, but does so very comfortably, and now puts themselves 0.6 seconds behind the Talbot. And as they head down to the final corner, it's well within Lafrage's grasp now to get a solid overtake here on Renard before the next lap is through. Ooh, big hit for Tolnin in the chicane. I think they've had a run-in with Crozet, and let's hope that's not the end of their race. They might have to try and repair the car here with the engine off. Let's hope they don't have to return back to the pits, otherwise that is game over for Tolnin. No, bad news for Tolnin. He's returned to pits. I think it was unrecoverable, and that puts Tolnin out of the race, having worked so hard to get to the top four. Renard is in the pits as well. That's leaving Lafrage out there without too much to worry about. And now, with Tolnin out of the race, that leaves the door wide open for Korkowski to move up to P4. Nurmi, Withoft and Uatilla seem to be in a pretty strong position, but as we've just seen with Tolnin, everything can change in an instant. It just takes one bad run through the chicane, and that is it. So Nurmi continues their lead at the front here. 88 out of 100 laps complete at this stage. Withoft 1.4 laps behind Nurmi. Uatilla 1.4 laps behind Withoft. And Korkowski 1.3 laps behind Uatilla. So everyone's in a pretty safe spot. They're literally just racing against themselves at this stage, and trying not to do what Tolnin just did, which is annihilate yourself and take yourself out of the race. It's all about just careful consideration and carefully calculated risk taking here. And the fatigue of having done so many laps here definitely starting to set in, so the risk of making a mistake as your tyres wear out and so on and your fatigue sets in just exponentially increases. Me continuing on with what looks like La following up behind. Big hit for Kusler in the final corner. Looks like they've been a bit of an issue there with Renard. I think the tyre wear and fatigue definitely setting in now. Borkowski with an impact as well at about 30 kilometers an hour, but seemed to be carrying on. So Nurmi has dipped into the pits. They did 89 laps on their last set of tyres. So into the last 10 laps we go. Withoft is on the same lap as Nurmi now, but still almost an entire lap behind. 152 behind. Uatilla 1.1 laps back. Kwiatkowski 1.4 laps back. Grisette 40 seconds behind Kwiatkowski at the stage, with Lazzaro 1.2 laps behind Grisette. Renard is almost a full lap behind Lazzaro, or at least half a lap. Lafrege has unfortunately disconnected, as has Tolnin, and that just leaves Kusler, Marr and Smith still in the running alongside the top 7. So Renard has had another little bit of an impact in the final corner there. Seems to be a common issue for Renard through that final bend. And they're coming back into the pits by the looks of it. Meanwhile, Withoft continues in P2, but unable to make significant ground on Nurmi, although Nurmi is still driving out there almost an entire lap behind Withoft at this stage, or ahead of Withoft at this stage. But we are in the closing stages of this race now, so the few drivers who've actually made it to the end of this race will be looking forward to the checkered line and having a well-earned refreshment after the race, I'm sure. "92 laps, not long to go now, and looks like Withoft is just falling a little bit further back and may end up a lap down momentarily because Nurmi isn't too far behind. There's Uatilla and Lazzaro coming down behind Withoft into the hairpin, and I think Nurmi isn't too far behind them. Yeah, there they come, just down to the hairpin now. So Withoft might be at risk of getting lapped again before the end of the race. Slight impact for Kusler as they come through the final corner, 20 kilometers an hour. I suspect there will be a few damage repair bills for some drivers. So Uatilla at risk of being lapped once again as Nurmi comes up behind Lazaro, Withoft and Uatilla. We go on board with Nurmi. Actually, no, that's not Nurmi, that's Peltonen. The Peltonen coming up now behind the competition. Seemingly able to get so much more speed out of the Delage than the other drivers. Taking some nice clean smooth lines through Casino. A burst of acceleration down the hill. Allows Peltonen to get through. Now only 5.6 laps down. They stand to gain a lot more from finishing this race despite coming last than they would if they had DNF'd. Through the chicane. So, Peltonen continues the charge up the hill here, following in behind Uatilla. Keen obviously to get past, but at this stage in the race, rather inconsequential I must say. Be better not to avoid an accident, so proceeding with caution is advisable. There's Renard in the foreground. Looks like Peltonen is now pulling out alongside Uatilla and swiftly overtakes on the run down to the chicane. Withoft has just had a bit of an accident though in the hairpin. Peltonen through the chicane, followed by Uatilla. Wojciechowski also having a bit of a bump there, 11.72 km/h hit. Withoft continues. Withoft has been out on their tyres now for 59 laps, which is quite a considerable stint, and I imagine they are, given their smooth compound, probably giving up the ghost a little bit. There's Crozet almost overtaking Withoft. Run down to the final corner. We've seen Withoft have a little bit of an issue here a few times, but But they're early onto the brakes. Obviously, Crozet not fighting for position with Withoft at this stage. And as Withoft climbs the hill once again, we are on lap 95, so very much in the closing stages of this race at this point. Interesting, it showed a 17 km/h impact there with Withoft, but it didn't look like he actually hit anything in the hairpin there, so maybe it's a issue with the track at that stage, I'm not entirely sure. The weather seems to have got a little bit duller as the sun seems to have gone in. Track remains at 36 degrees Celsius, 4 km/h wind. The track conditions remain 99%. Going back to Korkajowski, leading the remainder of the grid from 4th position. 1.7 laps down from Uatilla at this stage, but about a minute ahead or half a lap ahead of Crozet. Korkajowski in the number 28, not without incident this race, has recovered from a few bad situations. I mean, a strong position here with P4. Kusler had a 31 km/h incident in the final corner just then, but it's Renard who's on the side of the hill here on the run up to Casino, and they've lost 2 of their right hand side tyres. I believe they're trying to repair them now. Hopefully they can at least get one of those back under power and then work their way back to the pits. 97 laps out of 100 complete. Very nice looking car, the Talbot. There's Nurmi, our race leader, coming past with another car. Laro is in the pits as well. There was Crozet. and see whether Renard can get their car back underway. They do have a 1.8 lap lead ahead of their next competition, which is Kusler, so they do have a better time here. There's Withoft just coming past, our P2 driver. And there is the Bentley driven by Haley Smith. So Kusler's just had a 45 km/h hit in final corner again. They seem to really be struggling in that corner this lap and last lap. Renard has the front right tyre repaired. I don't know if they're going to be trying to repair the rear right or whether they're going to proceed under the power of their rear left wheel, but they seem to be going for a repair on the back right, given they haven't got away under power yet. There's Crozette once again. Kusler is actually potentially going to get past Renard. They have just started the same lap as Renard now, and they are closing relatively quickly. Withoft once again. The Kusler is just coming round through the tunnel, so they're about half a lap behind Renard at this stage. Renard does appear to be doing the full repair on the rear right hand tyre, and will be getting back underway as soon as they possibly can, but whether they do that ahead of Kusler or not is going to be the key question. Going to Kusler, they're heading down to the final corner. Let's see if we can see what's happening to them in the final corner. They've had a little bit of a scuff in both the last two laps. And seem to get through without too much issue this time. Renard's still not underway. Kusler is definitely in a position to challenge now. Now we watch from Renard's point of view as Kusler will come past momentarily. And there they go. So Renard down to P8. Although Crozette has just had an accident into Casino at a fairly hefty 75 km/h. There's number 18 La coming through. Renard still not underway yet. Kusler as well with an incident there on the way down to the hairpin, and they've hit themselves in the front of the car as well, trying to recover. They've stalled it a little bit, but they are back underway. And Renard finally back out under their own power. to start to get underway, but the last lap is almost to begin as Nurmi comes through, heading down to the final corner, and we're going to watch Nurmi start this final lap. And the last lap has begun, so a lot of the drivers who cross the line now may find themselves finishing the race in the position that they crossed the line in, whilst Nurmi completes the last of our 100 laps of Monaco here. This is the longest race in the season. He just has to bring this home in one piece now, so probably can take his time. And appears to be doing so. 3 seconds off the best time at the moment. That's increasing steadily. But a fantastic effort for Nurmi. Very commanding lead over the race for such a long time. Such a shame though that we saw so many of our other drivers like Tolnin, Aitanen and so on, Pekkanen dropping out of the race early on. Peltonen, good to see them coming back into the race though. Same with Lazaro, I thought they dropped out as well, but must have been an internet connection issue, but they've managed to rejoin. Although it does say that Peltonen is 31 laps down, which seems a little bit excessive, but Nurmi heading down now for one last time to the final corner of Monaco, as they round the hairpin one last time in their delage to complete the Monaco 100 laps. With a rather straightforward race for Nurmi, they pitted only twice in the entire duration of the race, compared to Withoft, who's been in 6 times. And there we have it, the race completed. Nurmi wins the race, congratulations to Nurmi. Withoft next up in line, actually only 17 seconds ahead of Uttila, which may sound like a lot, but in a race of this length and these cars, that's surprisingly close, as you can see that the next gap to Korkowski is a whole 2 laps. There is the Bentley from Haley Smith. You can see Withoft just taking their time now. And Withoft closes round the final corner one last time, heading to the checkered flag. Pick up a very well-deserved P2 from this race. And Uttila, valiant effort from Uttila in the Bugatti, brings home a solid P3. He'll be very pleased to get a podium after such a race. And that leaves Korkowski 2.1 laps down, but we're crossing the line very shortly. Finishing in 4th place, and then Renard just about to come around the line. Trundling along at a merry 40 kilometres an hour. rounds the final corner. I wonder if they're about to run out of fuel, because they're going very slowly indeed. And there we have it. That concludes the racing here today in Monaco and the racing at CVR for this year. I think the remainder of the season will pick up from January onwards, but it's been an absolute pleasure having the opportunity to commentate on the CVR racing this year. It's been a fantastic league so far, and a big thanks to Tolin for organising everything, and I look forward to joining you all for the next round as we continue the championship going forward. But a big congratulations to Nurmi once again for a solid victory here, and to Peltonen for getting back into the race and continuing. But I'm afraid I must drop off now, so I wish you all a very good rest of the evening and the rest of your weekends, and a very good week ahead. But otherwise, have a great holidays ahead, and I will catch you all again on the next